Okay, so I haven't done too much since last stream. I have gotten Scholar and Summoner nearly up to 50 already, because leveling Roulette as an adventure in need for healers is ridiculously easy to farm. I tried to get Warrior up a little bit, and I've also got Pugilist up a bit. But we need to get Monk for Pugilist. I am also now out of hunting logs until I can get to level 40, which we're very close to, in order to help level up Pugilist. So yeah, let's go do that. My plan for today is to I want you to do quick exploration. So yeah, my plan is to unlock Monk, upgrade or buy the thing that I need to upgrade after to a White Mage. I may as well. I have the tokens. And then just focus on MSQ. Today I will actually focus on MSQ. Yesterday I was supposed to focus on MSQ but got distracted. Yeah. I did some front lines as well and got very lucky and won literally every game I played. Despite not having any clue what I was doing. It was great. It was great. I don't have anything that I can turn in. I do have some decent number of seals though. Will you let me rank up? Yes. We're now Second Storm Lieutenant. Is that what I need? Okay, so this lets me transfer from one grand company to another. I'm also entitled to purchase land or an apartment. Am I also going to get my squadron? Lieutenant Bunn, I'm certain that your duties with the Maelstrom demand much of your time already, but if I might have a word, get right to the point. The higher-ups have authorized plans to form a specialized squad. We're on the lookout for a reliable leader. Your name was at the top of the list. You'd be responsible for training and commanding a number of adventurous subordinates, and the position also comes with the possibility of further promotion. What say you, Lieutenant? Are you ready to lead? Outstanding. Let's get you acquainted with your second-in-command right away. A fucking potato. It's an honor to be serving with you, Lieutenant Bunn. In my capacity as your aide, I'll be filling the role of Squadron Sergeant. These eager troopers are the inaugural members of our squadron. Form up. Every one of them is a fledgling adventurer who enlisted in the hopes of following in your legendary footsteps. They're green to the military eye, but we'll harden them up soon enough. When you've a moment to spare, stop by the barracks and we can discuss their training and deployment in greater detail. I'll leave it to you then, Commander. What do you think? I'll admit they're raw as soldiers go, but they certainly have potential. I look forward to seeing what you can do with them. Right, I won't keep you any longer. Your squad's barracks can be found through the door at the back of the command room. May the navigator guide you to victory. Yeah, so the next two promotions are locked behind squadron progression. But it doesn't matter, because I can unlock hunts. Yeah. I'll wager a salty swab such as yourself be keen to know what went on at the big parlay. Upshot is the Eorzean Alliance called for the Unts. What's that? Unts? Said like with harpoons and narwhals. The Unt be a system what puts a bounty on them would flout the law. Don't matter whether they be men or beasts, if you slay the troublemaker you get a reward. Aye, it's a nice bit of cooperation. Of course, we still fight like squid and whale out in the hinterlands. If the Alliance thinks that people haven't noticed, a lot of them are drunk on seawater. But that neither here nor there. Nay, 'tis the Unt we need you for. Put down some marks, contribute to the peace, and common folk will thank you for it. If you've got a mind to learn more, head into Maelstrom Command and speak with the Unt Billmaster. The bloke can tell you all the details. I just need to be level 50 for it. You had to sign on to a hunt? Excellent, excellent. You appear suitably flinty-eyed and rough-knuckled. Bear with me as I cover the basics. The hunt board is your first step. Quite so. These bills you see, each one represents a mark that can be hunted for bounty. Your keen eyes will have noticed that there are not one but two kinds of bills, regular and elite. The latter is rather more challenging, and before you go after one of them, you may want to consult a hunter scholar. These people are veterans of the hunt who can recite the Rhindell Codex by heart. The rest is straightforward. Slay the beast, complete the hunt. For each kill, you will receive a sum in allied seals, which can be used to purchase exclusive wares. Hope you won't hesitate to return. In addition to exchanging the seals for rewards, I am ever ready to explain the hunt in greater detail. Best of luck to you, adventurer, till sea swallows all, and take heart. I've heard it said that many go to the hunt, and most return alive. Hell yeah. So, with allied seals, I can buy Maelstrom-specific stuff. Which some of it is okay, and some of it is really not. Yeah, so you can get some stuff for glams. You can get, I think, yeah, this is another glam set that you can get. I don't actually know what the, oh, this is where you can get Day Star and Even Star. Okay. And you can also get Ventures, which are pretty cheap, and Aetherite tickets, which are very, very cheap. And this is an incredibly easy way to get Aetherite tickets. Didn't realise you could also get Alexandrite from this. Huh. That would be good to remember. Okay. And whilst I've just accepted hunts for these things, which if I kill them I get, you know, a relatively small amount of stuff. The elite mark gives me 100 allied seals, so I can get 20 Aetherite tickets just from killing one thing. And if there are any S rank hunts, if I kill those, I also get stuff for doing that. But those are a bit rarer, and so you're best off having a Discord open, such as the Centurio Hunts Discord, to see if anything comes up. So like right now, as of, I mean, it's probably not still up, but as of 15 minutes ago, there's apparently a S-rank hunt on Sagittarius in Upper Lenosha. I'm not sure that I trust that. Apparently, it's there. Okay, we need to head to Uldar. Oh, through doing front lines, I'm also now... I'm only 2 off having the enough of the tombstones to get the most expensive item. I don't know what I'm gonna get, to be honest. I might get the Titania Barding. It's gonna be a long time until I can get it otherwise. And Bardings, you can buy them on the marketplace, otherwise you have to craft them. And while I could craft them very easily, given that I'm kind of going for an Omni-class, Omni-crafter thing. Do I want to? Oh, okay, there is an S rank. There is an S rank. But it's on Ragnarok. And it's in Upper Lenosha, but it's on the far side, which means that it's probably going to be easier to go to Aleport and then go up. This is a little bit difficult, bearing in mind that I don't have flying, so I'm not very far. There's a decent chance it could already be dead. There we go, they actually invite me. And there you go, there's the hunt. Big ugly bastard. It's usually good manners to put away your chocobo, because these die quick. To be fair, with it being level 50, I could probably tank stance. And there we go, 100 allied seals, just like that. Easy. Now, if we head back to Phantom, which is the home world for this character. Oh, I'm still in there. Head back to Phantom. And yeah. Nice and easy. 100 allied seals, which is 20 Aetheryte tickets for about 5 minutes of work. granted, there's no way for me to guarantee when that 5 minutes of work will be available. But, so I could buy ventures with it, or I can get 20 Aetherite tickets, which are more useful to me right now. Because I am going to be teleporting all over the shop. Yeah, so I'll probably do a bunch of hunts when I'm not on stream to build up allied seals and build up the Aetherite tickets. Ideally, I want to have somewhere between 200 and 300, and then I can kind of ignore it for a while and focus on like getting equipment or ventures. So at the moment, it's a little bit awkward to get Grand Company seals, and I'm using them for other stuff. So it's also a way to farm Tombstones of Poetics, but I don't think I can spend... Actually, no, I can spend them. Maybe. Because I can go to Mordona. So I might be able to spend... It's just whether or not the shop will let me buy from it, I suppose. Tell me, do you know Professor Eric? He's a scholar of Eorzean military history whose genius is second to none, and he's among our most valued clients. Some find him to be verbose, tedious, haughty, but never mind all that. The man spends more gil on a moon's research than most people see in a lifetime, hence our amicable relations. His latest work has him visiting the sites of ancient battlefields. He insists on surveying lands plagued by savage beasts. According to him, the beasts keep man away, and less intrusion by man means greater preservation. Whatever his reasons, should the professor meet an untimely fate, will be unable to collect the gil he's borrowed, much less the interest. Oh, and it would be a terrible loss for the academic community, and so on and so forth. Yes, yes. The point is, the man must needs be guarded. To that end, I sent a monk of Alamigo to see to his safety, but it turns out the bloody oaf has no work ethic about him, just like an Alamigan. The professor cannot focus on his work if he feels endangered, and so has demanded we assign him a new bodyguard. That's why I'm so glad to see you after. The professor is awaiting his new escort as we speak, and I'd like for it to be you. You are yet a mere pugilist. Perhaps this task would provide some insight into what it is monkhood does around here. What the fuck? I don't know why that started playing. I must have hit something from my watch. I thought that was you, Neff.
Me.
Yeah. Make for the Goldsmiths Guild, and there seek out our good Professor Eric. The professor claims he will pay his debt and the fees for his protection once his research is complete. See to it our investment doesn't end up under the paw or in the maw of some nasty beast. You beastie. Turns out that I needed to come to Uldar anyway. This was all planned, and I definitely had that in mind when I decided that we were gonna unlock Monk. Yeah. Ah, my punch-prone maidservant, I presume. You may and shall call me Eric. You are to guard my life, even at the cost of your own, and aid in my revolutionary research wherever and however asked. Know that my primary endeavour is to reconstruct the military histories of old through the etheric analysis of ancient battlefields. I assume the words conjure in your simple mind romantic images of vast plains and open valleys, with armies charging blindly at one another. False. I seek to know where the armies of old were deployed, where they made camp and marched. No doubt you think such lands to be those sung of in the Songs of Bards. False! They are here, beneath our very feet, and to find them and determine precisely how events unfolded upon them is my purpose. No doubt you jumped at the chance to aid in my work. Tell me, which of my treaties have you read? All of the... None? Gods, I knew you adventurers had a reputation for being unlettered. Didn't know you actually made efforts to remain so. It matters not. I require only that you work with diligence. Unlike the Widdergelt buffoon, the man proved to be a sloth itself. Alas, he is a monk of Alamigo. I suppose the fool was too busy opening his chakra, or whatever it is those barbarians do all day. I admit, he seemed keenly interested in my research, but now he's gone off to 12 nowhere and is yet to return. Do you understand the sheer magnitude of this inconvenience? Good, good. You show that much promise, at least. But let us speak more of my work. Our first destination is the Sildi excavation site in central Thanalan. I believe events of great import to the history of Sildi transpired there. Surely, if you have ears, you've heard of Sildi. Or are you deaf as well as dull? Very well. I see you require some instruction. It would be remiss of me as an academic to allow you to wallow in such ignorance. Sildi was plunged into chaos in the wake of King Lalawefu's demise, or the King of Springs as he was known. Despite the success of economic reforms, fomented unrest among the people, resulting in violent outbreaks throughout the kingdom, Sildi was Sultan at the time, distant descendant, attack was ordered. And so, irony of ironies, hadn't been for that horse. Fascinating, is it not? It is enough to convince one things could not have happened any other way, no? False. One among my colleagues disagreed with this interpretation of events. He claimed to have evidence suggesting otherwise, but all trace of it disappeared before it was published. Mine own research shall unearth any such evidence should it truly exist. I shall know the truth. Granted, you are not the brightest coal in the brazier, but surely such a prospect entices even you. And so, we make for the Sildi excavation site in central Thanalan. Travel the way before me to see that it is safe, and once there, set up this aetherometer. And should you ever care to know more of the Eorzean military history, do come and see me. It is a personal crusade of mine to guide the dullards of this realm towards some modicum of enlightenment. Fuck you, you cunt. Hey, Patinka, how you doing? Well done. Now we need only wait for the aetherometer to gauge the... Huh? There are fiends about after. They are often drawn to the lingering sense of blood and death. Well, this is what you're here for. That's it. I'm doing well. How was the shopping? Yeah, we went and got some paint for when we sort out this room next week, as well as we're going to replace the door with a curtain rail and have a curtain instead of a door. Because at the moment, the door, we never close the door because it gets too stuffy if it's closed. And when it's open, it kind of takes up half of Neff's side of the room. So yeah, we're gonna we got that stuff. And we also got some ledge. We're both a bit EP today, so our neurodivergence has been showing, and we've butted heads a little bit. What the fuck are you doing? I see. What the fuck? Ah, the third eye. Widdergelt, so good of you to drag yourself all this way, you purblind sluggard. Ah, and after. You far exceeded that what admittedly low expectations I had of you. I suppose introductions are in order. Far be it from me to deny the realms unread the comfort of one another's company. Widdergelt. After? Widdergelt. The monk I spoke of sent to me by Gagaruna. I tried to make a pupil of Widdergelt as well, but he has little mind for history. His primitive beliefs in the witchcraft of chakra and spiritual energies have a tenacious hold on him. Oh, truly, this is the area where there have been sightings of walking dead? I've heard the tales. Some claim they've seen an apparition wearing the garb of an ancient commander. Careful, there are still dangers about. His work is dear to him, that is good. He thirsts for knowledge, for truth. Discovery awakens him. You too have awoken, friend. Can you not feel it? Do not be frightened. Here was a battle long ago. Much energy remains. It has found you. It flows through you. Your chakra has been opened. This was the light that shone from you. It is as Eric said. Widdergelt is my name. I am a brother of the monkhood. My order is the Fist of Ralgo. Our way is to train the body and mind. The fist is our weapon. With it, we put down our enemies. The energy within us moves the fist. The chakra is the seat of that energy. It is a sacred place. It can be opened and the life force within controlled. Chakra exists in all that lives, in all beings. Yet not all beings can open them. Much training is needed and great discipline. With these, the life force be commanded. There are those who require no training. Their inner strength is such that it forces the chakra open. I have heard of this happening, but never have I seen it. Until now. I see in you great conviction. You mean to walk the monk's path. And so I will give you this, a soul crystal, the mark of my order. None but a monk may hold it, and only then with the order's leave. But your chakra is awakened, that is clear, and so you are worthy. Many bore that crystal before you. It remembers them, their breath and their movement. They will one day be yours, but your chakra must open further. Only then can the crystal's memories enter you. There is no more than the beginning. Now you must train. Learn to control the life force within you. With time, you will master it. We stand on an ancient battleground. A great war was waged here. The spirit of the fight lingers. The ether reaches for the chakra. It aids in their opening. That is why we monks seek such lands. Eric seeks these lands for reasons of his own. The fates favor you in this. Follow him. Your chakra will grow ever more. Professor Eric is leaving. Fear not, I will see to his safety. Please, sister, the aetherometer. Gather it and bring it to the Goldsmith's Guild. Yoinkers. I could teleport. I am gonna teleport because I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Well, look who's decided to grace us with her presence. Did you enjoy the saunter back? I was just about to begin my analysis, so if you've matters you wish to speak on, I'd ask that you save it for... You've brought the aetherometer! Excellent! I had a feeling you might not be entirely useless. Now, let us see what discoveries await. Wintergelt passed along a soul crystal to you. Move to join the monkhood by the bone-headed clod, were you? Well, I suppose it is for the best that my pupils get along. But I do believe I will see to it that you are sent to separate locations for the next round of measurements. And I dare say the land to which I intend to send you is fraught with dangers. You'd best tread the monk's path quickly if you mean to defend yourself. And me, besides. So I now have Rock Breaker. Ding. Okay, so I now have a new AoE ability. Alright. But I think that, yeah, I want that there because then I can do Raptor. Curl. That then's curl. That would be right. I don't know. I'll work it out. It's fine. Cool, but now that we have Monk, story time. What class do I want to do the story as? There isn't much point me doing it as the level 40 monk when it's a level like 24 quest. The Masked Man! Ah, you come on behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already relayed to Lady Minfilia, there have been sightings of this rogue near about Eastern... A brass blade stationed at Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I would point you to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not 2 days ago, slain by a marauding horde of Queequern. Fate can be a cruel mistress. But do not be too quick to despair. Being situated on a trade route, Highbridge sees its fair share of travellers. Folk are always coming and going, and some among them may well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than to speak with a merchant named Hihibaru. The fellow's always starved for customers, and he's no doubt welcomed your attention, whether or not you have coin or the mind to spend it. Okay. Thinking about it, what class do I least want to play off stream? Probably Thornturge. But the problem is that then that means that I need to play Thornturge on stream for the MSQ experience. Which also sounds terrible. Like the one class that I just didn't really enjoy playing as was Storm. It's a very different MP management situation than any of the other classes, and you've got nothing that doesn't have a cast time. To be fair, I could probably do Black Mage in front lines for experience. Welcome to Highbridge Adventurer. Whatever you seek, I, Hihibaru, can provide it. Probably. You're after a masked man. Not sure I have one of those in stock. Oh, you're after a masked man. Why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of the many rumours I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, eh? When the Order of Nalthal began excavating the ruins below, I had hopes that Highbridge would turn into a bustling hub for pilgrims. Thanks to the nigh endless beastman raids, folk are too afraid to come within a malm of here. I sold everything I owned to get my venture started, and I'm loath to give up without making an earnest effort to stick it out. But if things keep going as they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Whining won't do me any good, though. No, for my business to survive, I need business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares. Spend a bit of coin to help a struggling merchant. The masked man. Bah, thou take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumours are all I've got. If you want to know about him, go and ask the other merchants. Aye, I've heard tell of the masked devil. Seems he's been appearing not only around Highbridge, but elsewhere about Thanalan too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me he's more than a figment of the imagination. But little is known about him otherwise. What level is... It's 23. It's not great. That's really not great. It should be good enough for right now, though. And what's the next duty that we're going to unlock? Pretty sure it's Hawk Manor. On the trail of a masked man. I have heard of him, but only in hushed tones and faint whispers. They said he wears a black hooded robe and look right suspicious. And that's about all I can say, little though it is. I'm pretty sure it's Hawk Manor. Isn't that like level 28? Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't, nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without shady characters lurking about. Folk have been giving Highbridge a wide berth because of all the Queequern raids. None but the most devout of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. Judging by your expression, I take it you didn't learn much of use. Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's just that things are tough for us merchants at the moment. The Queequern raids are so constant, so organised, we're beginning to suspect that someone's orchestrating them. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know. I finally got some honest-to-God's information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him with my own eyes. I was out for an evening stroll, minding my own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from a cliff over at Thal's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find a masked man. Your masked man. I'm sure of it, standing by a fire. As if in answer, some Queequern appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I'm afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had dispersed, an idea came to me. If you were to use this smouldering coal to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats. So what do you think? That's some sound, reasonable, reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well worth all the lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say? You know what I just realised? When I was looking at the Allied Steel's Hunt Merchant, I didn't see riding maps. Is that only for the expansions? Okay, no, they are from the Hunt Master, and they're 250 each, which really isn't that bad. I can definitely do that. Right, how do I play Thaumaturge again? Thunder is the dog. If I keep using fire, it becomes stronger, but also takes more mana. But I can also switch to ice, which will increase mana recovery. Yeah. Back so soon. Were you able to find any clues leading to your masked man? This scroll bears a prayer to Ralga the Destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Rhalgr is a guardian deity of Alamigo, which is currently under Garlean rule. It's highly uncommon for folk of other nations to revere him, and wager my last guild that your assailant was Alamigan. It seems this masked man of yours is well connected. I must confess, the merchant in me envies such a diverse network of contacts. That selfsame merchant also senses danger ahead, and darkness besides. Are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at Highbridge? The Alamigan bandit you'd run in with is somehow connected to your masked man of mystery, so it stands to reason that if you want to pick up the trail again, you should head towards Little Alamigo over in southern Thanalan. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement is the favoured destination for those refugees who couldn't, well, adapt to life in Uldar. The heart of the denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland they live in, and for all intents and purposes, it's a lawless place. Be prepared for a not-so-warm welcome. Now, I'm not certain how much of a help she'll be, but it just so happens I have a daughter who has relocated to Little Alamigo. Her name is Hihira, and it shouldn't hurt to seek her out first. And while you have her attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. Suppose this is it then. I'd hope that you would linger here a while, cull some friends, spend some coin, cull some fiends, not friends, spend some coin, what have you, but something tells me you're destined for greater things. Wherever it is you end up, I wish you the best. Ooh, southern... Hi, Hihira. Huh? Why yes, Hihibaru is my father. He said, what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him, it's just that... I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with family matters, but I'm grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man? I'm afraid that description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others here may have seen something. I'd recommend you first speak with Gundabal, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you though, he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders. Who are you? State your business and be quick about it. Looking for a masked villain, you say? Why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer the whim of every outsider. You are not welcome here. Be gone. Charming. Well met, adventurer. I am Gisilbert, head of security here at Little Alamigo. I heard tell that you had business with Gundabal. Knowing bristly old bear, I wouldn't doubt he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them, despite watching the place day and night. But, thanks or no thanks, I try to help my fellow man when I can, and you seem a decent sort. If you tell me what's brought you here, might be as I can lend a hand. On the trail of a masked villain, you say? Huh. I'd say that sounds familiar, but I have men on lookout for a Malja to the south of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they are like to have seen it. I don't mind to take them each a cup of sweet Thanalan tea so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they'd be all the more willing to tell you what they know. That's right. I'm delivering tea. They've made me an intern. Who the hell's are you? I'm trying to conserve energy here, so leave me alone. Well, ain't ye considerate, my thanks, friend. What's that? Master villain? Hiding among the refugees? Like as not. My compatriots and I live here go about as though they're dead on their feet. 'Tis near impossible to tell what's on their mind. For all I know, they're all up to no good. You there? Are you in Amalga? No. Then carry on. Ah, the sophisticated aroma. It's been forever since I had a drop of sweet Thanlan. I'm going to enjoy this. What, a masked man? Then I don't care. Unless he's got dark, scaly skin, stands 10 forms tall, and has the face of a lizard, then I don't give a mummer's fart. Shoo, shoo, don't bother me. If the Amalga overrun us, I'm blaming you. For me? You shouldn't have. Sorry, a suspicious masked man? As a matter of fact, I caught a glimpse of someone fitting that description during patrol. Well, I couldn't quite make out whether it was a man or not, what with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he was talking with some Alamegans. I assumed he was one of them. Ah, you're back. So, did my lookouts have aught to share with you? That doesn't sound like much to go by. If you to get any further in your investigation, seems to me you'll need the cooperation of Alamegan. For this, you'll need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy task. So you're determined to press on with the investigation? Then I have some advice to offer you. As I said before, you won't get far without the Alamegans' trust. The best way to win that trust is to get a compatriot of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking in Uldar, but the Alamegans are bound by something far stronger. It's not as tangible, a common purpose. That purpose is, of course, the liberation of their home from the Garleans. Gundobald belongs to the Alamegan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who's part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. Which means... Ray, return to the waking sand. Despite the fact that I'm like at least 5 levels over the quest that I'm doing, the fact that it gives like half an experience, half a level, or a third of a level with the road to 80 buff is quite nice. Welcome back, After. How fares the investigation? See, given all that they've suffered, it's of little wonder that Alamegan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They've had their homeland taken from them, and for the past 2 decades have had to see it remain in the enemy's clutches. To compound matters, none of the 3 city-states have the means to take in all those who were displaced. As a result, a great many Alamegans now live on the margins of society, suffering poverty and discrimination. would that more could be done to ease their hardships. I fear that nothing short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution. But let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of your investigation, just so happens there's an Alamegan native among the Scions. Be pleased to introduce him to you. Your Alamegan comrade is named Haribert. He joined our cause in the hopes that he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no effort towards that endeavour, I have no doubt that he would be glad to assist you. If I recall correctly, Haribert is currently between missions. Try looking for him in the storage area. So when someone's between missions, you just put them in storage? Is Minfilia related to Bezos? If it isn't Afterburn, the sun's rising star, is there aught I can do for you? That is one hell of a hairstyle, my guy. You wish to win the trust of the people of Little Alamigo? That is a daunting task, my friend, even for our own countrymen. I would like nothing more than to help, but I'm afraid my name no longer carries weight with that lot. I used to be a member of the Alamegan Resistance, you see, but I left in favour of joining the Scions. Though my allegiance may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same, the liberation of Alamigo. Yet whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades, and they have nothing to do with me. Now, while I may have no more friends in the Resistance, I know someone who does. Her name is Albreda, and she is a resident of Quarry Mill. Say my name when you meet her, and she won't lead you astray. Well, that's convenient. Eh? You want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Why the hell should I do that? Give me just one reason. Haribert sent you. That worthless whoreson. He abandons his comrades, his woman. Now he has the gall to ask me for a favour? Simply incredible. I realised Haribert was only doing what he felt was right. He's a good man. And if he trusts you, then that's all I need to know. You see that bloke there? That's Mefrid, captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. I am Mefrid, proud man of the Alamegan Resistance. What business do you have with me, adventurer? Captain! It's Garlean, sir. His wound's gone infested and he's burning up. Don't think he's got much time. God damn it, I asked the villagers for aid, got on my knees and begged, but they refused to lift a finger. If Garlean dies, his blood is on their hands. These Quarry Mill cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Albreda. I fear my anger will prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realise we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death. Please, adventurer, go to her and try. One of the Mefrids is in bad shape, you say? I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do. I want to help, truly I do. They're my countrymen after all. That'd mean going against the elemental's will. I've been at Quarry Mill long enough to know how right terrible the beings can be. Couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. If there's anyone who can help you, it'd be Charlene, the hamlet's resident healer. If you take the matter to her, might be as she'll listen. I wouldn't get my hopes up. You wish to aid the Alamegans? You are possessed of a kind heart, adventurer. But I'm afraid I have not the authority to grant you your wish. This authority belongs only to the elementals, eternal guardians of the Twelveswood. All outsiders, be they babes at the breast or men grown, are judged of a night whether they may have a place beneath the boughs. Alas, the Alamegans' petition has been denied. Harsh though it may seem, they do not have leave to receive the wood's bounty. Ever has it been since time immemorial, and ever shall it be. I mean, I'm currently a black mage, but I do know conjury. That's how it's to be then. The bloody hero might as well kill Garlean herself. Spit on the elementals and spit on their bloody will. Cannot wait until the resistance is free of this place. I led my men to Quarry Mill, hoping to find refuge. Instead, we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here want us out, and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is, some of mine aren't fit to travel. Hell, Scallion can't even stand. As you well know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us. So I've no choice but to turn to you, adventurer. In my homeland, long antelope horn is a traditional remedy for poison-purging properties. If you could bring me, say, 4 horns, I'd forever be in your debt. Cool! So I've just got to murder some wildlife. And you'll love me. Yep, this definitely seems like it's within the will of the elementals. Ah, you're back. Tell me you've got the 4 horns with you. You're a godsend, adventurer. Praise Ralga, there's at least one woman in this place who gives a damn. Now we just need to find a way to prepare him. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Buscaron, would you? Some comrades of mine told me about him once. They said he never turns away folk in need, no matter where they're from. Seeing as he runs a tavern, he's like to have the tools to make the medicine. I'd be grateful if you could take the horns over to him to have them ground down. When that's done, bring the powder back and give it to Faramund here. Godspeed. I got a way to go before I next have gear that I can like put on things. Hey again, Buscaron. Ah, after, ever a sight for sore eyes. How fares the adventuring? Rolling in the coin like there's no tomorrow, no doubt. You got something to show me? Well, these look like good old antelope horns. Need them ground down to make a medicine, you say? Here's a better idea. I'll give you some of the stuff I have in my stores. I am no stranger to the remedy. An Alamegan friend once used it to treat my festering wound years and years ago. Safe to say he saved my life. What's that? This is for an Alamegan soldier in Quarry Mill. So it comes full circle. Well, I hope it helps the poor sod as needs it. Oh, and don't worry your little head off about the payment. Still owe you a great deal more than you owe me, I reckon. Take it. It is well to see you returned. Have you medicine for our brother? Gods bless you, adventurer. I'll see that Garlean receives treatment at once. Hopefully this will allow the captain to rest easier. It's been a terrible burden on him trying to keep every man alive. You've done us a great kindness, friend. Adventurer, Garlean has gone missing. He's nowhere to be found. He shouldn't be walking about, not with those wounds. If he doesn't get the proper medicine and rest, his condition's like to deteriorate to where it was before, or worse. We need you to help us find him, and quickly. Start by asking Albreda. Might be as the woman's seen something. Ah, finally. It's about time you came asking about Garlean. I watched him leave Quarry Mill some time ago, and he left me this sealed letter before he went off. Made me swear not to open it until someone came asking. My brothers, I cannot bear to be a burden any longer. This is why I must leave you all. Do not worry for me. Just find your way safely to Little Alamigo. Blast it. Would that I'd known that he was thinking I'd have stopped this folly myself. The love Garlean bears for his brothers is so strong he's willing to sacrifice himself for them. Make no mistake, entering the wood in his weakened state is suicide. Well, this is cheerful. Out in the woods alone? Fool! That great big sentimental fool! My men and I will scour the wood for Garlean. Please help us find him before something terrible happens. Found him. And apparently that other person is doing the same quest. Watch out! A goblin! Oh yeah, this is where our mark is, isn't it? Oh, and I should summon Chimkin Pendies. Garlean. Captain, but why? You should all be on your way. Who'd you take us for? We're Alamegans, and Alamegans never forsake one another. Hardships be damned. Remember the oath we swore, gods damn it? The oath to reclaim our homeland? We'll set foot on Alamegan soil again, together. Or not at all. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good. Let us return to our brothers. Don't even think that you'll get off lightly. As soon as you're healed, I'll give you such a thorough thrashing, you'll wish we didn't find you. Can't thank you enough for saving Garlean. See you back at Quarrymill. You're welcome. Now I need to see a man about some kind of... I think it's a wasp or a hornet, something like that. Oh no, it's an ogre fly. Okay. Well, what's the worst that can happen? Got benediction, which is my ultimate button if things start to go wrong. Cheeky another 100 allied seals. Garlean's expected to make a full recovery. We'll linger here till he's strong enough to take to the road again. As much as I mislike this place, beggars can't be choosers. Now that things are relatively settled, I seem to recall that you wanted something of me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask of me anything and it's yours, as long as it's mine to give. The cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo. That's all? Far be it from me to question your desires, of course. Very well. I'll provide you with a letter to show to Gundabald. The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He's intimidating to those who don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I've no doubt that he'll do all in his power to aid you. Alright then, you knock-off witcher. Why have you returned? You're not welcome here. Thought I made that clear. You spoke with Mefrid? Been so long since I last heard from him. I'd feared him dead. 12 be praised. Whoever you are, Mefrid sees you as a friend. And any friend of Mefrid is a friend of mine. I know of this masked stranger you seek, and will tell you what I can. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little Alamigo of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts. They're not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may well feel obliged to talk. A masked man? No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be. Gundabald sent you. Listen, I told them it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing the masked man and... Oh, you don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to not think I'm in for it. What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say I have, but I'll be sure to tell all my friends you're looking for him. There's a bunch been skulking about right suspicious-like, but I've got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it, and that there's trouble, mark my words. So, you've indeed confirmed my suspicions about Masked Man. It's most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, the same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Alamigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we had been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. Alamigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time. Though the young ones know this not, unless we intervene, they are like to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Hey, adventurer, you done talking with the old bear? Got a message for you from Wilred. Lad's something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gundabald and wants a word with you. Says he will be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. I don't think there is a northern exit except for this one. Not doing too bad. I think we'll unlock Corpse Manor soon. And then I think it's Titan, isn't it? Thanks for coming, friend. It is no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you, or someone else? Curl got your tongue? No matter. Whoever it is you work for, you meddling ends here. Get her! Oh no! Whatever will I do? Burn, baby, burn! Disco and burn out! Won't let you foil our plan. I did. You're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like. Nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it, we'll reclaim our homeland. And I mean, you're kind of jumping 2 expansions ahead, but okay. So long as it's bad for the Empire, I'll do whatever the fuck you want. Packed by Wilred and his cronies. They would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. Wilred mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire? Of what power could he be speaking? Gundabal. Hey. Bertliana, God's preserve, what happened? I was out foraging when the corpse brigade came. They took me to their hideout and they... The whole while they laughed at me. They said that I suffer because I cling on to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Is it wrong to call ourselves Alamegans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong, I swear to you. Those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilred, he saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what that young ones make of this. I fear they may do something rash. It's a map. I am struggling to get comfy. Hunting knife. What those animals did to Bertliana is unforgivable. Think they look down on us? Well, I'll suffer this humiliation no more. I'm with Wilred to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low. Change the world for the better. Might be as Gundabal's content to eke out an existence in this mussy old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now, where in the seven hells did I put that bloody map? O mighty Ralga, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Huh, here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us ever again. What are you gonna do? Summon a primal? God, the whole lot of them. And it is as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is it they mean to do? What's this? A hunting knife? And a map of Zanrak? Wait, you said Wildred spoke of crystals, did you not? They couldn't possibly mean to... By the gods, this is rank madness! The young fools are untrained and unblooded all. They have no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yalms of the crystals. They're headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late. Wait, are they trying to attack the friendly Amalja? Okay, no, because the Ring of Ash is where the Beast Tribe Amalja are. Wildred, did no others survive? This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We... Pull yourself together, lad. We were going to make an offering of crystals to Ralga, to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. We plotted to sneak into Zanrak and make off with the lizardmen's cash. But they caught us, and... So many dead gods forgive me. Heathens. You'll pay for your crimes with your souls. I regret our young one's transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. With all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamegan people. This hope I will guard with my life. Oh, I ran out. Yeah. I think this is the thing that I dislike. I can run out of MP so quickly. That I don't realize how much MP I'm missing. preferably just... Nice. I am not good at Thaumaturge. I don't know if there's going to be anything that I get as a black mage that is going to make it more enjoyable for me, or if it's just that I need to learn how to black mage. Your skill at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a woman like you. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to Little Alamigo. Wait, we've come all this way. We have to get the crystals. They're right there, ripe for the picking. You learned nothing, Wilred. Did you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? What? No one said anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Ralga. He swore. Enough. We'll hear the rest of this sorry tale back in Alamigo. I dare say after we'll wish to hear it as well. The thing is, I can't really see what other stuff we can get. Having an instant cast is nice from Scathe. Okay, that would make it a little better. Fire starter, yeah. This is what I get for trying to do two things at the same time. Running into fucking walls. No more lies, Wilred. Tell us everything. I was outside with the others when he appeared, the masked stranger. He told us about summoning Ralga, about using crystals, and then just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from this squalor that I never stopped to question his motives. I should have known. There's no solution, nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Listen to me, Wilred. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, Alamigo lives on within us all. It is for you to decide what to make of this legacy. But whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider. I won't. I promise. Thank you for saving me, and sorry I tried to kill you. My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here. Oh, thanks. An avocado. Can I equip anything better yet? No. Just give me better shit. Ah. Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wilred told you is the extent of our knowledge of the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring about great pain and suffering. I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Okay. Let me quickly just do a little bit of sorting. There we go. And then I can sell these. give us a little bit of money. Welcome back, Arthur. I'm reliably informed the investigation took you to Quarry Mill and Little Alamigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught at La Habrea? Planted the knowledge of summoning in impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception the Ashians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the Calamity, some are being brought out by malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front. All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Huh? Did you say something? Nothing, my lady. Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further of the investigation. While you were tending to business in Thanland, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends, the Sylphs. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the selfsame area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. Well willing, we'll pick up La Habrea's trail once more. Neuraxia can furnish you with the details. Pray, speak with her, and take it from there. As always, be careful out there. Walking One is to investigate Sinister One, then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with a Walking One in the Ash Crown Consortium. According to Friendly One, a Digging One named Medrod had an encounter with a scary Masked One. This Masked One is most certainly Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Medrod. Digging One is to be found at Full Gourd Float in the North Shroud. Please, leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I look death in the face. It's only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman. I must soothe him. You're right, it's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true. But that hardly means I'm going to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day. I was heading back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. A masked man garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman, one glimpse was enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thal, come to claim her soul for his realm. What? You're investigating this same masked man? If that's the case, we'll help you in however we can. Aye, anything to ensure we don't have to suffer Medrod's hysteria ever again. Alright, teamwork, that's what I wanted to... Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay her for comforting me. So, here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scale skin known as Ziz could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing the finger at them. I somehow doubt that the answer's that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures? And see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths. Do I have any class that needs to kill the Ziz? I think it was part of the Maelstrom rank 2 stuff. Oh, this is part of a fate. Well, let's do it. Paralysis is not a great thing to have on a black mage. Nearly as bad as silence. Speaking of which, maybe I should make sure that I have some spine drops and whatever the one is for getting rid of silence. I don't know if it's still called Echo. You've already seen to the Ziz. Good work, adventurer. Were you able to find aught to suggest the creatures are our culprits? Nothing. Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike the Ziz from our list of suspects, which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball. There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I better watch myself, eh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumour been going around. The Summers whisper that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll just have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments and I'll give them a gander. There's something you should know. I've been keeping this to myself lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia. I too have seen the winged eyeball. Cannot say whether it was coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Medrod's. I was headed home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with the giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without at once looking back. This happened at the rocky area west of here in case you had a mind to investigate. I do. I do have a mind to investigate. Do I want to be up or do I want to be down? I want to be down. Okay. Well, what's good about that is I can just whoop. Oh, hey, I got fired 3. The best way for trying to actually get over there. Probably just doing that. Sweet, well now we can turn these in, and I think, given the amount of experience we're getting now, that will take us about half of the level. For those 2 quests. I think they each give 10k. Be doubled, so then I'll end up with 40k total. Hold on. I should read that. What did you say? Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yalms of the Rock of Rancor. Ah, it has a name. What's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? Huh, why, these are just your garden variety crystals. It's a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh well. A monstrous Banemite appeared and you slew it. The creature had long been a scourge among the folk of Volgord. Intentional or no, you've done us a great service. You have my gratitude. This does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw, or merely a trick of light combined with blind panic? There's been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep knowing the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I'd been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there could be no doubt it was a winged eyeball that I saw. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a Banemite. But you and I were malms apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventurer friend here had a run-in with the Banemite at the very spot you claimed to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Ooh, he's serious. But listen, maybe it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be... Gods, of course, there must be more than one of the buggers. It's so obvious. But then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of these fiends, that there must be even more victims as yet undiscovered. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown. Lest you've forgotten, it was at a rocky arena area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you'll want to alert the authorities. There's a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. Is it up or down? I think it's down. Alright, there it is. Is it gonna give me another flower? Yes. This is a magical world where corpses turn to flowers in your inventory. And we're nearly at rank 10 for Chimkin Tendies, so I need to think about buying an apartment for the stable soon. Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with? Take this body. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud, while the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them so as to notify their next of. This button, engraved with a lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. Family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps. Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders. I would have you hold on to that lily button. You'll need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you've proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Miun. Mayhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil. Ooh, Gridania! Which also gives me a chance to get a better weapon for my Thaumaturge. And, thinking about it, my retainers finished their ventures a while ago, didn't they? Okay. That was quick and easy. Yeah, you just self-die, but also... don't need the other levels just yet, because I don't have any gear that high. But this means I can repair my own stuff, which, if you can do it, is better, because you can actually repair it above 100%. Give me that. Sweet. With that. Nice. Can I buy anything better? Not really, because it levels out quite late. Quite quick, rather, sorry. You know what, whilst I'm here, give me a glamour. There we go. good morrow to you after. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. Well, isn't this a lovely button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body? Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette, over by the Aetherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? It's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on. Show me what you have. Seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there is a soul in Gridania who knows, it would be Seingulid over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a four-name basis. I mean, whilst we're here, we could unlock Ard as well. Bernadette believes that I can help you. Well, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I'll try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this bundle is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's ward, northwest of here. Wait, a memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursendel, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it. I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray, leave me to my thoughts. The sigil of the Dartoncourt family. How? How is it that you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman. Her face, was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Dartoncourt. During that time, I had the honour of waiting upon Lady Amadine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kind of fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being alone, or being seen rather, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed that they would help her to regain what she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. So it was that I left Hawk Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amadine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavoured to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Hawk Manor on the western edge of the Central Shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done. Sweet, new dungeon just dropped. Whilst we're here, do I have any more achievement tokens? I'm not sure. Okay, no, I have got some, apparently. Just enough to get a new thing. Give me Nanimo. Nanimo sounds cute. Just being followed around by a tiny sultana. Oh yeah, I can repair. I don't think I needed to do, yeah, I don't think I needed to do any kind of a quest in order to unlock it. So I can just repair everything, and it uses the fragments, and then it's done. I can't upgrade that, probably just because I'm not the right level with the classes. There we go, and now you can see that the condition is 145%. 178%, 196%. Yeah, that's why repairing yourself, if you've got crafters leveled up, is much better than paying the mender to do it. It usually works out cheaper for you to do it. And it'll last longer. So it's doubly cheaper. Wait, I just remembered, I don't need a stable to level up the chocobo. I just need an onion, which I could always just buy. I think they're about, last I checked, they were about 80k each onion. And I just have to make sure that I use it in a combat zone like this. One where I can have my chocobo summoned. Whoop whoop. Except I should go back to Gridania and I should do the Bard quest. Which I think that'll then mean that we have the secondary job for every class that I have done all of the class quests for. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. Hey, it's been a little minute. Well met after. Would that we had time for banter, but we're all up in arms here. Yet another Ixal dirigible has been spotted over the 12s, would you see? Their reappearance calls to my mind the Battle of Griffin Crossing. Well, I say battle. Most are agreed that massacre would be rather more apt. Aye, the Ixal dealt us a crushing defeat that day. Right around this time of year it was, more than 2 decades past. A humiliating episode in our history, to be sure, but gods forbid that we ever forget it. Failure is the finest, if not the kindest of teachers, and few things drive a woman better than its sting. But do let's speak of cheerier matters. Mayhap you've already heard, but a renowned archer has recently returned to the Twelveswood, the one they call the God's Bow. That's just a title, of course. His birth name is Jehantel, and he was once of the God's Quiver. The man was a legend even then, and there was no honour greater than being taken under his tutelage. But that's not all there is to him, mind you. Jehantel was also a skilled bard, one of the rare few capable of inspiring others to great feats through song. Upon learning that the God's Bow had returned, dozens of us flocked to him in hopes of training under a legend, yours truly included. Alas, the meetings haven't unfolded quite as we had hoped. Jehantel has refused to teach each and every suitor that has approached him thus far, though it should be mentioned that the topics he is reluctant to instruct us in do not include poetry and song. He seems exceedingly keen to teach us all about them. Some few of us were tempted to take him up on the offer, save that we have a nation to defend. Far be it from my intent to belittle all those bards out there, but I like my chances rather better charging into battle with a quiver than a harp. And here we were hoping that transcendent mastery of the bow might be ours. By the sparkle in your eye, I'd wager you have an interest in that self-same poetry and song. Come now, there's no call for shyness, and there is more to life than battle. If you'd present yourself as a pupil to Jehantel, I happen to know his whereabouts. I'm given to understand that he's made his camp somewhere west of Quarry Mill in South Shroud. Jehantel is an agreeable sort of fellow and should be willing enough to meet with you. Truth be told, I'm still holding on to hope. If you could find a way into Jehantel's confidence, mayhap he can yet be persuaded to train us. I wish you the best of the luck. Sweet, well, we can just return to Quarry Mill. I've never done the Bard quests, but I know that you get access to playing instruments, and it asks you to agree to not play copyrighted music. Ah, another guest. You are kind to pay me a visit, young one. Naught gives us elderly folk more pleasure than the company of the young. Add to that a steaming pot of tea and the beauty of the Twelveswood, and we could want for a little more. But the curl of your lip tells me that tea and scenery are not what you desire. You seek knowledge of archery, I take it, in which case I'm afraid I must disappoint you. After, was it? Yes, yes, I am Jehantel, the one they called the God's Bow, but that was in another life. I have long cast aside my bow, taking instead a harp to my breast. For years I have lived as a bard, going wherever the wind blows, exulting in the beauty of creation through song. To be sure, I still have the eyes to recognize a promising archer when I see one, and you, young one, have promise. Keep your nose to the grindstone, and one day you may count yourself a virtuoso of the bow. Yet know that virtuosity is worthless without virtue. Aye, the words of the ballad of the vainglorious fool tell us this much. You truly wish to remain and learn poetry in verse? Well, well, I must admit being rather taken aback. In uncertain days such as these, there are few indeed who would devote their time to song as opposed to more tangible endeavours. You intrigue me, young one. I find myself growing curious as to how the melodies of old might find expression through you. I do believe a certain friend of mine would be of the self-same opinion. Aye, that would be as good a place as any for us to begin. Listen well, after. There is a Moogle named Puknopoki, who can often be found wandering in an area situated east of here. I would have you present yourself to him. Puknopoki is possessed of a discerning eye for talent. If he sees potential in you, I should be well satisfied that you indeed have the makings of a bard. Heed me, O Pusin. Hold on. Having great power or influence is what it means.
Puissant.
And it is just puissant. Okay. O puissant Alfdeep, turn thee over the hourglass of time, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. So it's another way of saying, like, omniscient. Or omnipotent. All-powerful and stuff like that, I guess. Or just, I guess, almighty. Those are the kinds of words that have taken over instead. So am I going to learn how to be a better archer and bard from a Moogle? I'm not against the idea, just not what I expected. Kupo! How could this have happened? It's just so embarrassing. A blunder for the ages, Kupo. Huh? You understand what I'm saying, don't you? That's a rare talent, I'll allow, but you've caught me at a bad time, Kupo. Now be a good adventurer and show yourself out. Jahantel sent you. You should have said so sooner, Kupo. You do know that Jahantel is no ordinary bard, yes? His songs can salve your heart and strengthen your resolve. They can banish your fears and fill you with hope, and that's not even scratching the surface. Why, to hear him perform is like bathing in sunbeams, Kupo. I've asked, begged, and pled more times than I can care to count for Jahantel to stay and sing in the forest. Only now is he deigned to set foot here again, but he's refusing to sing for us. That's a blatant breach of promise, Kupo. What's this? Why, your being resonates with a chord similar to Jahantel's, perhaps even identical, Kupo. By the 12, this means that things may yet turn out as planned. Well, you might even have it in you to surpass the man, and that's saying a lot, Kupo. Egad, your coming had me so excited my predicament nigh escaped my mind. There's a charm that I'd meant to give Jahantel, you see, but it was stolen as I napped, Kupo. I roused just in time to espy the thief and attempted to give chase. Alas, drowsiness robbed me of my balance, and I was delayed by this tree. Last I saw of that overbold brigand, he, or possibly she, was scurrying towards Taker's Rot, Kupo. Now I realise we've only just met, but would you mind recovering the charm and delivering it to Jahantel in my stead? Oh, actually, I'm going the wrong way. Let's see. And Chimkin Tendies is now rank 10, which means I cannot level him up any further until we get a Thavnarian Onion. It also means I now have the Dragoon Barding. Which doesn't look terrible. Yeah, we'll go with that. How come I can still see his experience though? Yeah, he's not gaining any more experience. Yeah, I guess I need the onion. Have you recovered the charm? You did it, Kupo! Please, you must now deliver it to Jahantel. Tell him that Pukno-Poki thinks him a cunning rogue, but he is excited nonetheless. So excited, in fact, that he cannot help but sing. Kupo lo 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 lo. That would be the song of the Noodles. If it's not, good King Moggle, good King Mog. I showed Ned good King Moggle, and for a good while she couldn't help but just sing it every now and again, which was a fun little stim. Welcome back, After. You have a charm and a message for me from Pukno-Poki, you say? A cunning rogue, am I? I suppose I must explain. Pukno-Poki and I go back a long way, to when I first took up the harp. I made a promise to him then, one that I have yet to make good on. Pukno-Poki has long desired that I remain in the Twelveswood to sing for the rest of my days. Regrettably, I have been ill able to oblige him. Duty called, you see. I had battlefields to stand upon and comrades to protect. Moreover, an event came to pass that rendered my being in the Twelveswood problematic. I thought that by taking eager souls such as you under my wing, mayhap it would suffice to appease Pukno-Poki. Of course, he saw straight through my little ruse. What the Moogles lack in grace, they amply make up for in wit. The creatures are great lovers of song. That you return with this charm is proof positive of his high regard for your potential as bard and archer both. The charm is a crystal known as the Soul of the Bard. Pukno-Poki asked that you bring it to me. Aye, but he meant for you to have it. It is a gift from the Moogles, bestowed upon those they deem worthy of walking the path of the true bard. The soul of the bard harbours memories of the past, verses and refrains sung by the bards of old. As you gain in worldly experience, more of these memories will find expression through your being, imbuing your song with powers untold. Now, it may surprise you to hear that bowmen and bards are as next of kin. By the same token, mastery of song is dependent upon one's prowess as an archer. The sense in this will be lost upon you at first, but in time the realization will dawn that bow and harp are but stringed instruments played by the same hand. Go now, after, and let your body and soul drink deep of the melodies of old. When next we meet, I hope to see a fully fledged bard standing before me, one who exceeds even Pukno Poki's wildest expectations. I guess I don't have an instrument yet. Okay. I have to learn perform. Okay. Yes, transfer them over, because I have never played as a bard. And now I have the song gauge. Singing Mage's Ballad will display the action's corresponding song gauge, indicating the effect's time remaining. If the repertoire effect is triggered whilst Mage's Ballad is being sung, the recast times for Bloodletter and Reign of Death are reduced. I'm sorry, Reign of Death? Reign of Death. Give me Reign of Death. When do I get Bloodletter? Oh, okay, that's Bloodletter. Fair enough. Okay. I'm just going to want to move that down. There we go. But sweet, we are now a bard. Mazel tov. In fact, let's see. Could I do? What's going to be a class that I'm really gonna? I can still only think of Thaumaturge. So that'd be 7 minutes. Honestly, 7 minutes, not bad for a DPS. Five minutes as a tank. No, thank you. So yeah, we'll do it as Scholar and Instant Pop. Instant Pop. It just works. I know Hawk's Manor quite well. I think I ended up running it a bunch of times as part of my A Realm Reborn relic farming. You're all going the wrong way. There's no point in me pressing when the respawn is right there. He is squishier than I thought. See that very, very quick. Did anyone pick up the key? No, no one picked up the key. Okay, I kind of don't blame him for leaving. We need to pick up these. And that's going to count as a death. Oh, but Burnbot isn't running. Okay. Alright, we're going big pulls. healing as a scholar is a bit different from healing as a white mage, because white mage is a regen healer, whereas scholar is a healer. So I need to get used to the fact that the main benefit of a scholar is applying fields. So I basically need to make sure that the tank has a shield up a lot. The issue is, without having Aether Flow to give me back some of my mana, Adloquium drains a shit ton of mana. I just need to get better at remembering to use those abilities. You kind of don't have to worry about it a lot of the time as a white mage. Wait, you know why? When I died, my fairy got desummoned, didn't it? Oh. Yeah, that'll make this considerably easier. The fairy will actually do something. I can't believe that I legitimately didn't have the fairy up. Imagine not having your summon as a class that is entirely based around summoning.
The only reason I figured it out was because I couldn't use Whispering Dawn. Otherwise, I would probably still not have realized. When we first entered, I would have thought I did. That might explain why the first tank died so much. Whoops. So if you want to, because you want the achievement or to get all of the chests, there are more rooms down that wing, and there's I think one extra chest, which can be good to know if you're farming an armor set, for example, or you want to get the achievement for exploring the entire map. Now she's hot. Now this tends to be the dungeon that teaches people to look the fuck away when they see an eyeball, or else you get petrified. Don't look at that side, that's very easy. Oh, no it's not. You've been seduced. Oh, and the tank got petrified. Everyone got petrified. Ooh, crit Adler. Get petrified just as the fight ends. I think we killed it first. Sweet. Tank gets the comm, because they were really handy and friendly. Okay, well the one person that could have needed on any of this gear much likely is left. I highly doubt that the tank wants this stuff because they're at least in Heaven's Ward. They're showing a plan. Okay. It's cute that they're chatting and that they're enjoying being Dark Knight mains. But I want this stuff. To be fair, Tide Splitter isn't even that great. It's only level 28. Screw it, we leave. Hey! Who the hell gave me a comm? Probably the tank. I doubt that the DPS did. Darkness has taken root within these halls. Sprung from the most unlikely of seeds, one cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is that strength that the light is drawn. Hydaelyn chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength for Master La Habrea. That task is now completed. We take our leave of you. Fare you well, bringer of light. Cool. Well, I murdered someone, and people are happy about that. So let's go and tell this guy that we murdered the person they wanted us to murder. And everyone has a great time. And do I have anything? No. Cool. Give me... Black Mage. Wait. What is Nanamo doing? He's riding our shoulder! Ah, that's adorable! I love it when, if you have, like, the red panda minion, or there's a white ferret one, they'll also ride your shoulder, and it looks just... it's so adorable. You are returned! What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amadine? You must tell me all. So she went so far as to consort with devils. Would that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond.
I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are the same vile brood. Should you chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence I allowed. I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. Matters not wherefore, through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. Oh, okay. Back to the Waking Sands. Oh, bless me. Ugh. Can this one be voice acted, please? Welcome back, After. Full glad I am to see you safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn into the Twelvewood? Two of La Habre's minions, and they sought to measure your strength by their own admission? The devils taunt us. It is beyond doubt, then, the Ashians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the three nations to their presence of this elusive enemy, and recommend that they heighten their vigil. There is no shortage of misery in the world that the Ashians may exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet, come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all that we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you are ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others.
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan. Our task will be to slay the primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect the worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The Echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send her to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola. Can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies. Tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Eorzea, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Oh yeah, since we got to rank 10 with the Chocobo, we should have a nice treat. I mean, there's also that, but yeah, we get the chicken soup. It's not actually the chicken suit. I think the chicken suit is currently only available from the cap shop. But it is the Chocobo suit, which is close enough. To be fair, I need to go back to Lumsa, so let's just teleport. What is it I need? There's currently no further ranks for me. Right, okay. So in order to get the other 2 ranks, I need to do the squadron. Good to see you, Lieutenant Bunn. The Scion sent word that you were on your way. Good business, then. It is as we told the antecedent. Kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the Beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression, crystals, fodder for their fell primal. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Your deeds bring glory to the Maelstrom, Lieutenant Bunn. Right proud am I to call you one of our own. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address after personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the kobolds plagued our people, nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we would turn now to the signs of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you are right, yet the situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep their own lands and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Laminsans who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Y'shtola. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa Lominsa's citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern. Already, we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. I trust I can count on you, Lieutenant. You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. Await good tidings. That the kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all that we can of our foe, and I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The company of heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed at the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lenosha. Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you can ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows. Better remember to count the death coming earlier. Whilst we're here, let's check. Should they not be here? Do I not have access to them yet? Do I not have access until I've beaten A Realm Reborn? In which case, it's kind of useless to me to buy the things. Okay, hold on 1 second, because I want to check that there is any point in... So, yes. Right, okay. You have to have beaten all of the base main scenario quests for that expansion before you can purchase the riding map. But doesn't that kind of... Isn't that a little bit pointless? Because by that point you'll probably have flight. Oh well.
Welcome to the Squadron Barracks, Commander. I've been fully debriefed on this new initiative and stand ready to answer any questions you might have. First and foremost, however, we'll need to increase the number of squadron members. We have 3 recruits at present, but our squadron won't be ready to deploy until we have at least 4. Your own deeds as an adventurer should serve to attract new recruits. All you need to do is choose from the hopefuls who submit their enlistment papers. No one. No one wants to join me. Well, okay. There's also an item that you can buy that will straight up bring someone to want to be a part of your squadron. I just don't need to rush it that much, to be honest. And what it comes down to. The choker, yeah, that can go in the armoire. But now I can make one of the glamours that pretty much everyone has. And when you want to really set people off, could also edit this one. There. Oh, I can also make a bit of an abomination. Because one of the things that you can buy with points in the gold saucer is a pig costume. There's also a toad costume that you can get from, I think it's a fate that drops it. And then there's a chicken one that you can get from the cash shop. There's a Tonbury outfit that was part of last year's Easter event. I think that's about it though. Oh, and there's a bunny one. There's like a bunny mascot. Right, what level of the quests we're on now? We're 30. Okay, so I should switch to a level 30 class that I need for
It's a good thing that the level 30 classes, there's only one DPS that I need to worry about leveling from machinist. Because 30 to 50 is kind of an awkward leveling period. Lay down your burden, son, come drain a pint with me, we'll have a grand old time, find ye a lass or three. You gonna say something, adventurer, or just keep staring? You wanna know about the company of heroes? Ah, hell's price of bleeding fame, can't a miller mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, lass. Old Tractoon was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you wanted to know? Haha, so you wanted to hear the tale of how the company of heroes bested a primal, do you? Let me guess, you mean the bastard Tidus, eh? Oh, if only you'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Tidus took, and when he hit you, girl, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Ugh, just like that. Oi, what did that look for? I'm a goddamn hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Tidus. Well, too bad, because now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have made a nest by the windmill just south of here? I do that and we'll talk. Yeah, I've not done any of the Lance's quests, so I don't have Pearson Talon yet. Oh, there's a Rat King? So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, venturer. Save me the hassle of... never mind. What? You still asking about how we beat Tidus? I don't know, venturer. It was a pretty risky strategy, the kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, I truly do, but unless you prove you have what it takes to face that bat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you'd need to be capable of slaying, say, Gobu? Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here, so you ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any rate, why don't you try heading due west and stand in lookout, because a Gobu comes calling. Slay it, and I might consider telling you more about old Tidus. You again. Then that Gobu that was harassing the millers is dead? Didn't think you had it in you, adventurer. Still, took forever and a day to get the job done. Still not sure if I should tell you our secrets. So, as I was saying, still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Tidus. Maybe if you slew a... Tractomb? You in here drinking again? If you are, that Gobu had better be dead. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You have my word on that. Cleaved the beast's skull in two with my trusty axe, I did. Is that a fact? What will your friend here say if I ask her? She'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Tractomb who slew that Gobu? Or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, Tractomb, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes, the legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Tidus. Tidus? Tidus? Who in the seven hells is Tidus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. Well, see, Tidus was what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahakin shite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside, will learn the truth the Laminson way. Tractomb, if you didn't slay that Gobu, you may consider your contract revoked. Okay, destroy the boulder. Alright, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes, but I'm begging you, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I learned my lesson, honest I have. Save your blubbering, Tractomb. Gods, I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just that I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but you went and believed me, so I... Look, his name was Weeskate, alright? Weeskate. He'll tell you how to defeat Tidus, or whatever the hell's the thing's name is. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on, then. Tell the chief to forgive me, it's only fair. I mean, it's up to him whether or not to forgive you. I can't tell him to do shit. Made you bed? No, fucking lie in it.
it. Pardon? You wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa Lominsa are depending upon us. You fancy yourselves heroes then, just like in the tales. Be not so quick to judge. Long have I laboured for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. She is blessed with a power that protects her from primal influence. Thus was she able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. We know full well the risks and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray, be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom and we shall be on our way. A woman who can't be tempered. Useful, but it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him in the end, but he took from us some of our very best. Even if you possess the power you claim, I've no reason to believe you will succeed. Believe what you will, we mean to try. Though our lives be forfeit, we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. You're passionate, I'll give you that. And you deserve better than the greeting I gave you, but I'll not send you into Ogomoro on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurances that you are more than common adventurers. I oversee security for Master Gegaruju's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our... Ye gods, man! Have you heard nothing I have said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you are welcome to find your own way into Ogomoro. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Very well. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsa Lominsa hangs in the balance. Master Gegaruju's requests can be more demanding than you realise. Before I set you to your true task, I would like to verify that this won't be a waste of my time. A Nyx has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large, slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me. Oh, and don't forget to bring me a leg as proof of the kill. Whee! This is one of the only areas in A Realm Reborn where you can swim. Well, did you deal with the Nyx? Lest you think me overly cautious for testing you in this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. claimed to have served in the company of heroes, but I knew for a fact he did not. Anyway, now that the pointless busy work is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents. 2 highly distinguished individuals are scheduled to visit Costa del Sol in the near future, and Master Gegaruju wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. But while money is no object, not everything Master Gegaruju desires can be easily purchased. It is to be an extremely exotic feast, and so, your mission is to seek out and obtain the rare ingredients our chef requires. Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with suitable wine. By suitable, I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being, as I believe you have enough on your plate as it is. It will be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live, and they will guide you in your quest. For the first ingredient, I would have you travel to the South Shroud and speak with Landenel at Camp Tranquil. What, do you mean to tell me that you cannot afford to waste time as your associate did? Adventurer, if you have not the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either do it or don't. I have work to do. Well, you're just a charmer. Do you require assistance, adventurer? So this is the one who would challenge Titan. Been expecting you after. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamantoise. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, of course. Simple in theory, but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? You must amuse. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What you do with it is your choice. Let me be clear. This business between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them. It was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gridanians are, by and large, an unforgiving lot. Deto here being a rare exception. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I am seen as a model citizen. With no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang you from the nearest heavens pillar. Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good adamantoise egg in a nest to the east of here, just ripe for the taking. Not that I expect you to live long enough to claim it. The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay hands upon the egg. There will be other heroes after. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest or your corpse will rot in this swamp. Well, you're a cheerful fellow. Oh hey, I need to murder these for my hunts. Kill 2 more.
we go. That's a big adamantoid. Thought you might have good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end? Such bravery, such recklessness. That'll serve you well against Titan. Leave the egg with me. I'll see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to southern Thanalan. In Forgotten Springs, you'll find a man named Udun Nun. He'll be your next guide. Safe travels. Then, where do you get the crocodile medal from? Ooh, I've not seen that before. State your business, adventurer. So this is the one Wastebat sends me. I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you, and until I do, you will receive no aid from me. Persistent bucket. Very well, let's have a look at you. You've seen your share of battle, there's no mistaking that, and you did manage to obtain that adamantoise egg. However, that was naught more than a display of brute strength and blind courage. The nun I once fought also believed that his strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am none. Many years ago I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood that victory goes to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That is why I claimed my position, and it is why I still hold it. And it is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter in your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert to the east lies an Amalja encampment. There dwells a warrior renowned both for his strength and his guile. To even face this Amalja in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your first test, to draw out and defeat the veteran. For this I will offer you no advice, only this worn spear. Why, you ask? You will have to solve that riddle yourself. Now go, slay this old warrior and bring me his necklace. bit confused. Why we hid on that side when the encampment is over there. Couldn't we have hidden behind that side? Fine. Just a bit weird. I'm actually going to teleport because it's quicker. Tell me, adventurer, is our old nemesis dead? 'Tis a fine necklace as befits a veteran of countless battles. Will make an excellent trophy. The spear belonged to one of his brothers. I knew when he spied it from afar he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see it for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck, I wonder? Either way, you impress me, adventurer. I shall tell you of the ingredient you seek. Give me the curious. A shame we did not meet when I was still with the company of heroes. You would have made a fine recruit. But no point dwelling on what cannot be. You have a well-wicked worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but well-wicked worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. These worms prey on the smaller creatures of Sagoli. A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There is an area teeming with anglers to the east. I'll mark it upon your map, along with the location where well-wicked worms are most frequently sighted. Be warned, the blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, it will devour you as well. I can't just slay any angler, I have to slay a specific one. Oh no, I just can't slay a dune angler, I have to slay a normal angler. That is next to a dune. How is it already rotting? I only just killed it.
You look well. Have you caught your quarry then? Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to Wastegat. Worry not, you have my word that you will receive it in time for the banquet. You must be eager to obtain the third ingredient. I regret to say that I know naught of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek Wastegat's counsel. But hold a moment, since you'll be meeting the captain again soon, there is something I would like you to deliver to him. The captain's always fond of this brandy wine. Yeah, I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was a reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company, and he would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Everything I have I owe to his wisdom and generosity. Wastegat was a firm yet fair teacher, an expert moulder of men, and I suspect that is still the case now. Please, give him my regards. Well met, Arthur. Landonel and Undnar both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today? My favourite. Shall have to thank the nun personally. Now, you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you'll not have to travel to Aldenard this time to obtain it. Oh yeah, this is Brayflock's Longstop. Truth be told, I never intended for you to collect this last ingredient. Brayflox, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago, she sent word that there's been some trouble at the Longstop, and that the delivery would be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to Hidden Falls Dock, and speak with Ozun Nazun. He'll direct you to Rain-Catcher Gully, where Brayflox and her people have made their home. The things we do for cheese. But gods, you don't want to know how they make the cheese. What's the hurry, adventurer? Something happened over at the Gobby settlement. Don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you to Rain-Catcher Gully. Yep. They included that as a quest marker just so you wouldn't get lost on your way to the other island. Yep. And this is where you get the ninja quests from, except I don't have the class quests for Rogue completed yet. That'll probably be our job. Ooh. Oh, no. That'll probably be our job for tomorrow. Is trying to polish off the last of the class quests. I say the last of them. I don't think we're going to get through all 4 of them in one stream, so it'll probably be the next 2 streams. Tongue flaps of Wastegat be reaching ears of Brayflox. Uplander has come for tasty fresh gobby treats, yes? Quest prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Fighty beast chased Gobbyflock from homes. Gobbyflock need goody Uplander. Give safety to Longstop with much hand lending. Okay. How bad is it going to be trying to just do it as a DPS? Not that bad. Again, it's not an instant pop, is it? Okay, tank is in demand. Not that in demand. What do we reckon for Scholar? Not an instant pop. Okay. In that case, I may as well do as a DPS. What can I do in the meantime? And do I want to do this as a Lancer? It'd be that or Bard, wouldn't it? They're the closest things I have to level. Right, well, what level is that? It's 29, so it's already better than whatever I'd get from that. Well, it's the same as whatever I'd get from that. What can I do? Bit early to go back to Limsa. Bit early to try and do that. Yeah. Suppose we could go to the Wolves' Den and buy some glam with our my spoils from getting incredibly lucky. This didn't swap my hotbar. At some point, I do want some of these things. Quite like the look of these horns. They work quite well with the ears. I probably want is there's the late Allegan chest is a part of the event, and so I actually already have the chest of striking. So if I was to pick up the bottoms of striking, that's now meant that I can't buy anything else, but I already have the thing. What about this? Because I've got some of these. Oh, this is what you need in order to get the tactical glam.
Right, okay. Of course the helm doesn't work. I'm not necessarily a fan of the top. But I do quite like those trousers. Is this just the same, but it allows you to dye a different part of it? Yes. Okay, what about B2? I mean, I like that the mask works. I do like that. But it's probably a bit too full. Ooh. Ooh. Kind of like the shoes. Now that, not necessarily with that helm, but that could work. And yeah, that's how you kill time as a DPS, queuing for a duty. Go and look at glams. I don't have to worry about healing this time. I just need to worry about doing damage. And the good news is, it doesn't really matter that I'm not a dragoon. Because I wouldn't really have many extra abilities from being a dragoon. And it really doesn't matter your like combo. Until you hit 40. So that's when you get your first AoE as a dragoon. Great yellow pelican. This is an incredibly forgettable boss. Unless you're trying to do the RuneScape Iron Man style playthrough. So for this dungeon, because we're here to rescue the goblins, there are some goblins that you can rescue. And if you do rescue them, you get extra chests. So a lot of people don't bother with it when it's not level appropriate content. But if you're needing gear, you just walk towards the goblin and it initiates the event, and so long as you don't let them die, you get an extra chest. They can keep aggro of the mini dragon behind. You can just focus down the dragon. Could have needed on that. Whoops. Does have a mechanic. One that can be annoying. They can put you in a bubble. That's about it. They can put you in a bubble. You cannot do anything whilst you're in the bubble. I've been put in the bubble. Oh, actually, I can attack the bubble. It's not as bad as I thought. I must be getting confused with the jails, which we will see when we do play. It really wants to give me the bubbles. There's an optional enemy here in the curl that you can see over there. I don't know why you would want to fight it. I don't think you get anything extra from having killed it. Aside from you have to go over there if you want to get the achievement for having seen the entire map. I think that is the only reason. I don't know if it used to do something. Now it's just there. Oregon. That's cute. They left as soon as they realized that I was watching the cutscene. Takashi may have aggroed it without realizing. Oh yeah, I probably get to use the limit break. Unless someone else has already done it. Yeah, that's fine. As long as one of us used it. Woohoo! Free shit! Unsurprisingly, as a DPS, I didn't get any comms. Sad. So what? Prestige stuff. I mean, actually, that's not a terrible looking cloak. You know what? That ain't terrible. Don't hate that. Yeah, okay, I think what I want is probably this part. But what part does it dye? It dyes the coloured part. Good. I think the A1 top. You dye the under shirt style part of it. Yeah, give me that. And then I definitely want these bottoms, the C2. Nice, cool. We got some glam. We did a dungeon as a DPS. And we got some glam. I might have to use duty support. Might need to look into whether or not you get the same amount of experience from doing duty support, which is when you run through it with NPCs. Because I can, even though those runs take longer because the NPCs are NPCs, it might still be quicker with queue times. I'll have to look into it. Shock. Goody Uplander has thanks of Gobbyflock. Fighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goodly head for fighty think. Brayflock's happy gives tasty fresh gobby treats to clever Uplander. Cheese is stinky sweet gobby treat, special make with secret gobby arts. No party complete without gobby gouda, Brayflock's every say. To be fair, why am I doing it this way? Just get out of combat and teleport. I need to think about finishing up in a minute because I need to make dinner. And for dinner tonight, we are going to be having... No, that's next week's plan. Chorizo and poi lentil stew with a garlic aioli. Sounds good. I gather you solved Brayflox's little problem. By the gods, that unholy stench. This is definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. How is it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. Bravo, After. Thanks to you, our guests shall be honoured with a marvellous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Wineport and seek out Shamani Lamani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give them this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. While you're there, give Shamani Lamani my regards. And I could change class, because this is now level 37. So it's actually higher than my Thaumaturge, so I should switch to R. Did I not set anything as bard? Really? Okay, I mean, that's fine. I have now. I just realized, do I not? I should have Mage's Ballad, right? Yeah. But it just wasn't applied for some reason. Oh. Deals unaspected damage with a potency of 100. So it does damage. And it says that it has a chance of giving me repertoire. Oh, and repertoire. Repertoire is the thing that gives me back Bloodletter, right? I think. Sweat, grime, and blood. Ah, you reek of blood. An adventurer, unless I'm mistaken. What brings you to Wineport? Also, that's a red panda! An order. Let me guess, a request for the finest vintage I can muster. The paper smells of loam and perfume. Costa del Sol. And there is also the unmistakable odor of goblin cheese. Yep, Master Gegaruju would not settle for anything less than the best. Dweezil's and his crew must be quite busy preparing an exotic feast. Hence his decision to rely on you rely on an adventurer. But perhaps you're confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he's forced to compensate in other ways. But you've no interest in my affairs. You wish only to discuss the wine, I suspect. Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it. It's more than a mere hobby. Wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work, none can deny that it pays well. But you've grown impatient, and Whiskiat must have his wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for his occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by Garlean, who owns and operates the largest winery in Vilbrand. Somehow, I doubt he will be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his assistance. What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. Dismissal is too good for the man responsible. He should be made to drink every drop of this polluted swill. What is it? I'm in the middle of an important discussion and I do not care for interruptions. Huh? The neophyte Vinter bid you speak with me? Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you Gobu urine than sell you my worst vintage. Begone from my sight. I take it he said no? Really, in those words? Huh. Can't say I'm that surprised, though. While there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa is not a man known for his tact. Very well. We shall have to take an alternative approach. There is a chance, however small, that another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say that their grapes are of poor quality, only that we've known better. Long ago, the vignerons of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they were used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, the most flavorful of all wines.
I, the legendary Bacchus wines, were born right here in Wineport. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. I transcended my mortal flesh and was one with all creation. But, as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince Garlean to part with his wine, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine and to offer them every gill we can spare. I've heard rumours that one of the vignerons tending the vineyards might have once owned a bottle. Perhaps you could start by speaking with them. I am not a wine person, so there are a lot of words here that are difficult for me to pronounce. And I have very little idea what the fuck they mean. What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish. Never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry, friend, but you're a few years too late. Bacchus wine? Ah, don't remind me. Used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Oh, I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on a bloody primal blowing up my goddamn house. No luck, huh? Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been perfect for the occasion, though I must confess, my certitude could be due in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is, after all, the very reason I decided to become a Vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogomera, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. It breaks my heart to think that wondrous ambrosia which once filled me with hope may be forever lost to us. Doesn't really matter which one I take. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. I have no fear. I swear that I shall find a suitable wine for the banquet, though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there is a favour I would ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across Vilbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die, because I very nearly found one not far from here. It was there that a man named Drest took me in and nursed me back to health. It was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I'm still a novice in the arts of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you would deliver it to him in my stead. Drest sometimes works at the Raincatcher Gully docks, so perhaps Ritskill can tell you where to find him? Rest? Oh, you mean the hermit? I toss him a few gil when you need an extra pair of hands. Doesn't talk about himself, and as sure as hells don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you've a mind to find him, though, head southwest to the 7th String.
Ugh. I was hoping that we would get to Titan today, but I feel like that may have been a bit optimistic. Oh, that's another hunt. Not that I need to kill that one. What do you want? Wine? I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? Can't sleep. Can't sleep. They won't let me sleep. The midges, the buzzing, keeps me awake. I never wanted to hurt anyone. Don't fight. Don't want to fight. Please, make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away. I mean, you do live in the swampiest part that you could have possibly found. This other person is trying to do the same quest, so I'm going to try and stay out of their way. There we go. That should be it. Teacher, how far off are we? Probably not that far off of Titan, to be honest. I think Titan's 34? It's not so loud anymore. Did you do that? Thank you.
You helped me, even after what my comrades and I did to your country. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the Maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others... No one else survived. I didn't ask for this, goddammit. I'm not even Garlean. They conquered my lands, just like they tried to conquer yours. I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Earlier today at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine. See? You should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please, take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same. Cool. Now I can go back to Shamani. And then probably back to the giant Monster Del Sol. It's been some time. What news do you have of Dreth? Ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking. A simplistic but nevertheless effective method utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We are not so different, Drest and I. 2 men have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he has been alone with his thoughts for far too long. It's past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him. The gods, listen. I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Drest's palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf. A leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain these are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Dress found the leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers. So we just got to get back to him. That's a big fucking it's Sekhmet. Yeah, that makes sense. Got there just in time to see it pop away. Okay.
Oh, hello again. What is it? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. Didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut to the south, but I didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh gobu tracks, though. Maybe the leaves came from vines growing on the back of one such beast? If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some gobus are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself. Alright. Jolly green. Bloodletter comes back quick. Good. And now I get to kill a smaller gobu. Just, if I can just get done with this ingredients quest line, that would be awesome. What did Drest have to say after? Tell me everything. Ah, I was right. This smell, this texture. I hold in my hands a Bacchus grapevine cutting. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vinter could... 12 as my witness. It is the Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? What? You would offer this to me, but why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Brogan. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamouring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Sir, you needn't... Sniff. Wait, the shape of this bottle, the scent of this label, this couldn't possibly be 1547 Bacchus? But that's impossible. This vintage has not been seen since years before the Calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time. But now I realize that it was never meant for me. It should be savoured by the saviours of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gegaruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport after. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Ah, but do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray, deliver the wine to Captain Wastekiet. Huh? Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it. But I'm a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me. So what of the wine I asked you to bring? Is that 7 hells of 1547 Bacchus? Even I know what that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you, but congratulations after. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin? You have the look of a woman who's been to the 7th hell and back. That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in her own honor. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I would have accepted my lot with less grace. Lady Yoshida, Lady Bun. A thousand pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, madam. Had I known, I would never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. Come now, she must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Spare her your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment, and unlike me, After has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten her? Aye, fair's fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath. That any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation, but by their deeds. Each man would judge these would-be god-slayers by his own criteria. If even one found her wanting, she would be rejected without a second thought. But if she proved herself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support her cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they had no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. Which is why the 5 of you deigned to test After with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I'm sure, but tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? She's a brave one, that much is certain. She's willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost her her life. Her skill is undeniable. She stalked her prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself. Too many adventurers these days care only for fortune and glory. After, however, is a kind and generous soul. I'm certain she has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at her side. Wily Uplander is talented plansmaker, tricksy foe for mighty Rockman. I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We 5 of the Company of Heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of Crags, Afterbun, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea. With the formalities out of the way, Let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers. Pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends. For today, we celebrate the birth of a new legend. Afterbun, Titan's Bane. Speak with the bronze-skinned beauty. Congratulations, sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It only just begun. Num 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 num. Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. When you face the Lord of Crags, think not of Limsa, Eorzea, or anything beyond his chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was ever achieved alone. Goodly Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fighty think. Gobbyflock cannot be coming to rescue this time. After, you brave fool. Promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Landalel sends his regards. You are blessed with a fortitude to rival the Earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think. You are a veteran of countless battles, After. This is but one more. Trust in your experience and you will prevail. You are kind to indulge them, After. This banquet is as much for the company as it is for you, whatever they claim. Do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan is yet to come. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again. You must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper Lenosha. There you will meet with Riol, another man who once served with the company. To ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me a map. You must whistle loudly at 3 locations I mark. Only then will he appear to meet you at this 4th location. Realize this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more than reasonable once you comprehend the risks inherent in our method. Whilst I'm here, I could grab Wanderer's Palace. That just means it's likely going to pop up in one of my leveling roulettes, but maybe not. Not just yet, anyway. Ah, shit. Up, not down. It's up there. Greetings, lass. Might be you be the one Captain said would come calling. I thought so. Pay attention now, because I ain't explaining myself twice. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across this beastman Aetherite, see? What that look for? Not familiar with him? He speaks of an unamplified Aetherite which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between such Aetherites and those which you have used on countless occasions. Ah, well if it ain't the Garlean lass, welcome back. Forgive me for interrupting. I'd planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. The tunnels beneath Ogomoro form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I have long pondered. Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going in on the front. The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step, and the next thing you know, you got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try, see? Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way around. And it was that that's got us thinking. I mean, Ogomoro mines are like a bleeding city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if you didn't have an Aetherite, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason the kobolds must have one, didn't it? Huh, even if there were Aetherite shards in the depths of Ogomoro, you would have needed to attune yourself to them before you could identify their signatures within the life stream. Ah, well, that's where you're wrong, love. We had this Garlean bloke to help us, see? Delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber, he did. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Garlean scholar worth her salt couldn't manage. Did he now? Huh. Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the Aetherites in question happen to be... Ah, yes. But in order to guide a traveller to said beacon safely, a second party would be required to... It is possible, in theory at least. Yet I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend on whether or not I am worth my salt. Ah, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we go all to Zelma's Run and take a closer look at the Aetherite? It ain't far, though there's sure to be a few kobolds blocking the way. Naught you can't handle, mind. Cool, so we should be able to do Titan. Because if I get Titan, I think I then also get access to the Trials roulette. Which just gives me another thing that I can use to get experience.
Yes, pat the rock. Pat it! So, this is the Aetheryte the Company of Heroes used to gain access to Titan's Sanctuary. Huh, it is as Papalimo suspected. In its present state, this Aetheryte's signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my own energies to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you'll have to proceed without me. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied your only path of escape. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible that I may be able to stabilize the Aetheryte signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such time as I do, you will be on your own. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you will find there, so stint not in your preparation. We have unlocked Titan. And I'm going to have to end it there because the Tesco delivery has just arrived. So, thank you for watching. I will see you in the next one, which will be tomorrow. I'll see you then. Later.